Ah, beans, I forgot something. I knew I was gonna forget something. Ah! Loud jazz. Ah, loud jazz. I just forgot to turn on my eyeballs. I just forgot to turn on my face. 1 second. There I am. Well, today is going to be interesting. Reason why is because doing things a little bit differently. It's a little bit of a tester, anyways, because if things happen the way that I am envisioning them happening, I'll need to do something similar to this. Why, hello, Phoenix. Hello. Sorry, I've been on a bit of a hiatus. The world exploded. I had to redo my setup a little bit, and I had to come to terms with some things. But we're on my regular computer now, and hopefully in the near future I will change some stuff. So welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm your host, Isaac MCCanary. We're gonna continue Gartic Phone. We are. I just had to my laptop was in the shop for a month and a half, only to have it come back not fixed. So, I was a little bit wary, but I think the only way at this point for me to continue doing this is I'm going to have to use my old bamboo tablet, to which I still need to look up if there's a way. I haven't had time. I need to look up if there's a way to constrain the bamboo just to, this space that I have. So hopefully I can do that at some point. But until then, I'm going to use just the bamboo, and then hopefully in an even less near future, I'm just looking at changing my monitor. I'm just looking at changing my monitor to a full drawing tablet monitor LCD that I can just use instead, because that would work better too. And I was looking at the market, and there's some nice X Pen screen LCDs that also double as monitors, and that's exactly what I need it for. Because when I'm not using it, I can just use it for stream stuff, and when I'm using it, I use it for drawing stuff. So it all works out. So without further ado, because it's the very start, we'll go ahead and start with just a warm up. Just gonna do a solo animation, and then we'll get into group stuff. So, yeah, it's been a couple weeks, so I might be a little bit rusty. And I'm doing this on a new platform. Well, on a different platform, so I'm gonna be a little bit shaky, I think. For now, just need to think about what I want to do. Simple is best. Simple is best. Don't overthink it. This is why it's the warm-up. This is why I use this as a warm-up. You warm up with something that you know how to warm up with, that you've become comfortable with, so that way you don't have to worry about it as much. And I do think for a while now, I think I'm just going to have to accept that until I can get that set up. I'm just going to have to kind of get used to the limitations of this, and there are limitations, unfortunately. That's fine. Ugh. I have to get used to some of the limitations. I have to get used to how this, for whatever reason, I don't know what it is, this tablet does not like, it really does not like doing, lines. And I don't know why. It's very weird. I don't know why it doesn't like doing lines. I certainly have a harder time doing line art with it than I did with my laptop, which is a shame. That's why I'm like, man, if my laptop wasn't broken in a way that, like, it wasn't still preferable, but now my laptop is actually not usable anymore, which is a shame. Now I have to use a shoddy ancient bamboo drawing tablet, which you guys are all familiar with at this point. So I make no promises that my art will be any good today or for a little bit. I do want to get one of those X Pen monitors though. It's pretty much like seared into my brain the next major purchase I make. I'm just kind of waiting until Black Friday to see if there's any good sales. If I can get one like a nice one under $200, that would be nice. And I was looking at some, and there were some that were already under $300 for pretty good price. So for me, 300 that is not too bad. That is not too bad for me. Like $300 is like doable. That would be like passable. It would be fine. Want that? I want to try to keep that as about the same size as I can. I'm going for just something like this. I mean, a warm-up right now is definitely what I need, since I haven't really done this too recently. The last time I did this was sometime in mid-October. Which again, I feel super I do feel very guilty. I meant to do more Gartic phone streams during the month of October, but because of that whole laptop situation, I felt a little discouraged from doing so. Which is unfortunate. But hey, back now, and that's what matters. And hey, I definitely feel disadvantaged by using this drawing tablet, so I will be doing overall, hey, half of the fun is kind of janky art anyways, so this will get me practice with this bamboo tablet to get good with again. I will admit, I wonder if there's a way. I'm just gonna Google this really fast. Please constrain the well. Never mind. It is something that I'm curious about. It is something that I'm curious about. Hey, Creeper. Uh-huh. Welcome to the modern era, Creeper. No, that's not supposed to sound like just, yeah. Yeah. Everything is fucked. Welcome, Creeper. How's it going? Saz? 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 God, I hate doing line art on this freaking bamboo. It just doesn't seem to work very well for me. Then again, I've noticed I press a little bit too hard is part of the problem. Mario Wonder or Mario Maker is... I'm trying to remember which one Mario Wonder is. No, I'm thinking of Bowser's Fury. I don't know which one... Oh, that's the newest one, isn't it? I've heard it's good. You do Mario Wonder. It's good. Are you in a creative mood or are you in a platformer mood? That's all. All that amounts to. Do you want to jump around? Or do you just want to jump around, make other people jump around? Creatively. God. This tablet hates being I do not know what it is about this tablet, but it hates doing line art. I really don't understand why it hates it so much. Maybe I just hate it so much, and thus it feels like the tablet hates doing it, but it really feels like this tablet hates doing line art. But it also doesn't help that, again, I'm using such a little amount of the tablet compared to what I could be because I'm on a multi-screen setup. One screen with monitor. Go to Wacom Center, select your device from devices sidebar, select mapping. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out later. You've been playing Wonder a bit today, but you're not sure if you should switch or not. Well, you're still feeling it. Go for it. Otherwise, you could always take a break. God knows Nintendo wants to remind you that you can always take a break. I've honestly never minded that. I largely ignore it, as should anyone else who just wants to play a game. But it's not like a bad thing. I mean, eye strain is a real problem. You gotta be careful. Don't hurt your eyes. Staring at a screen all day is not good for you. That's coming from me. I want to make it look like I'm looking at the ground. But yeah, I do think that I would probably at least improve my work a lot if I would find a way to constrain this bamboo to just my main screen, because right now I'm working with about 1/3 of the actual amount of space that I should be. And that's making for very painful drawing situation. Part of the reason why I'm having so much difficulty. Why I keep on running into stuff like that. And I would say, given the constraints, I've put myself under, I'm doing okay, so not looking forward to trying to do anything complex, but eh. There he is. Goblin is here. The goblin is here, he's behind me. Ow. I played Beat Saber for the first time in like 2 months. And once again, I always remind myself, why have I not played it sooner than 2 months? Oh, right, because I've been working on a video, actually, for months. That seems about right. That seems about right. It kind of coincides with when I started the Millennia video. I still maintain it doesn't help that that whole laptop situation happened whilst trying to work on that video, so thus I really got kind of screwed over with that. Mm. That's not where I clicked. Why would you do that? Why does it do that? That's not something I want to click. God dang it. I doubt. Yeah, that's fine. Can I could do the pen. Can I not choose? I don't think oh. Mapping? Monitor? 2, 3. Oh my god, thank god. Oh my god, that's so nice. Oh, that's so much nicer. Hey guys, I figured it out. Look, I could use the whole thing now. Dude, I'm probably gonna do much better now. And it was just that easy. Who would have thought? Boy, now I have to get used to how much more space I have. Now I have... Now I have so much more space to work with. Do something like that. And then I need to... I've kind of shrunk a little bit. I didn't mean to. Do that. Definitely feels better now that I've constrained it. I mean, it makes sense. And I'm glad that they have that. Because holy shit. Not being able to... And I'm glad I was able to find it very quickly. Goddamn. Not being able to use the full tablet was... not good for me. Make sure I didn't forget anything. Oh. That's working much nicer now that I'm, you know, using the whole dang thing. I do feel very silly that I wasn't, but, you know, such is life. Trying to squish it out. There we go. Then we're gonna go like this. We're gonna go something like this. Because this is the warm-up. Listen, I'm not even surprised by this. Just been a while since I've fallen over. Like that, maybe? Yeah. It'll make sense, probably. It'll make sense, probably. I will say, investing in a drawing screen will be nice, though. I think that's just the right decision for me. Like, I can get by with this, and it's a great backup, but I definitely will need to eventually get... I'll just need to get a better screen, a better drawing screen. That laptop screen was really good when it worked. It was really good when it worked. Huh? You're fine, Phoenix. How dare you? Don't apologize. I haven't done an animation in 4 weeks, 3 weeks. It's almost been a month. Like I've been busy, stressed, and preoccupied. So I totally understand. To part the veil a little bit, Gartic Phone was getting a little stressful to do as well. Because whilst it meant growth in a way that didn't feel great. Because I want people to join to be able to join for the rest of the stuff that I do and the rest of the stuff that we do. But oftentimes I'd run into people who'd only join for Gartic Phone, and then people who would only stop by to try to do some Gartic Phone, and then we were running into trolls, and it became unpleasant. It became unpleasant, I'll admit that. So I want to keep doing it, but I will admit, it was stressful. It was a stressful time. There was a lot going on, and I just also was like, man, my laptop is busted. I don't want to draw if I don't have my laptop. Like, it became a whole thing. It became a whole thing. And it's fine now. I would say it's fine now. And I'm now moving in a direction to improve my setup because of it. But I needed to process some stuff. I don't feel bad. I have not done any animating essentially since October, like mid-October. So it's been a trial. And I meant to do. I meant to do more Gartic phone during the Halloween month because Halloween month is fun. So don't feel too bad. It's been a time. It's been a time. Yours is good. Yours is really good. Good job. How dare you? How dare you feel sorry? There's nothing to feel sorry for. Came out great. So yeah, and I do. Yeah, I've been busy and stressed and yeah, yeah, just been a time. Just been a time. But hey, like I said, I'm kind of changing some stuff up anyways. So hopefully, actually, this will. At first, I was like, man, I'm so much more constrained. I'm like, no, it's fine. I just have to get used to it. I have to get used to it, is all. Because as soon as I get like a better monitor, I'm just going to be doing this with a better monitor, and things will be a little bit different. And hey, Canada man, welcome. Uh, I'm so rusty though. I'm so rusty though, and using this bamboo tablet does make it a lot harder to like do specific things. So I'm like, that was a good warm up, thank God. But boy, I feel like I'm rusty as hell. I feel like I'm rusty as hell. Welcome, Canada man. Are you Canada? Are you man? Or are you Canada personified as a man? Are you the Canada man? The one and only? Are you America's hat? Probably don't want to be America's hat right now. I don't think anybody wants to be America's hat right now. I don't want to be America's hat. I don't want to be anything regarding that. Ah, beans. I forgot something. We've been listening to music this whole time. You don't even know what it was. No, it's fine. The Canada man. One and only. We'll be starting in a minute. I always take a break. I always take a break between sessions. No! As in, your batteries are dying or your PC is dying, because both of those I relate to. Ah! Do you want us to wait, Phoenix, or are you just vibing? Okay. Yeah, I still have. I'm still looking at getting a graphics card before Wild. That's definitely something that I want to be able to do, but there's a couple of conditions about that. I'm not gonna get it unless I'm not gonna get a new graphics card if I can't even get Wilds, which until I can get Wilds and know I can get Wilds, um, I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait. But yeah, uh, I'm still looking at a graphics card. Probably looking at like a 4060, 4070. Definitely something with more VRAM in it. People are like, how do you need 16 gigabytes of VRAM? And here we are in the era of you definitely need 16 gigabytes of VRAM. They're starting to get up there in their usage. But I definitely want to get the drawing monitor takes priority. That takes priority, and it will be just about as much, if not significantly cheaper, because graphics cards are also getting incredibly expensive. Though, I mean, I was looking at a 4060. I was looking at a 4060 with 16 gigabytes of VRAM for about $400, 450, maybe close to five, and I'm like, that would be fine. Maybe not right now, but as soon as I have the ability to, I would get that. We're gonna have to get into why that's a consideration. Just know, as soon as I can, I will. Oh no, Canada man, what happened? We're gonna start in a minute. This is also one thing. Reminder, everybody. I'm just here to vibe too. I'm just here to vibe too. You gotta be here for the chill vibe and to hang out. That's all it is. and to practice animation. We ain't no rush here. There's no rush to making anything that we do here. I'll give you a minute to come back in, the Canada man, if something happened. But if not, we're gonna go. We're gonna go. We're gonna have fun animating. It is weird. It is weird. I don't know. This is like my one thing. I will admit, like I'm kind of like, eh, eh, you know. Uh, I want people to join. I want people to play, but man, people are so impatient. Like genuinely, people are so god dang impatient. Kind of bothers me. You know, ain't no rush. There isn't. If anything, as I've said many times, like rushing, I make mistakes when I rush. I do things wrong. I forget things. I miss things. Bad things happen when I rush. Like, ain't no rush. Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and start. So if you're ready, Phoenix, we're doing group animation, and we'll probably just switch. We'll probably switch between it and solo until we get more than 6 people. So I don't know. It's weird. I find it odd how many people are just so impatient. There's no need to be. We're all here. Ah, see, I was gonna say, what happened? You could definitely draw to the next one. I was just like, oh no. We waited a minute, but you didn't say anything. I'm sorry. The irony. The irony. I mean, it happens. I just thought I just thought you got impatient. And then I got impatient, which is the irony. Ah, gotcha. Custom avatars in Garlic? I didn't know there were custom avatars in Garlic. Or is it a mod? I know there's a couple mods for Garlic, which I don't know how that works. I know people have done, like, there's palette mods. I know you can do that. I don't, because I'm too lazy to look it up right now. Though I know it would be helpful and nice. And just so you know, we're practicing animation here. Animation is something that I've always been interested and intrigued by, and this is the year that I've just started going whole hog at animation. I have a slight background in animation that I have taken my hand at doing it a couple times in my past, and then this year I was just like, screw it. I've always had an interest in this. Why don't I just do it? Why don't I just do it? It's a Chrome extension, but you can't figure it out. Oof. Well, hopefully you can figure it out for next time. I don't know if I would do... Maybe I would. I don't know. Maybe I would. Well, sorry about that, Canada. We'll get through this pretty quick, and then we'll do a group one, I think. Since you missed this one. But yeah, I've been using this year to start studying more animation, and I've been working on uh just growing and expanding that out. And I will say I had some unfortunate things happen with my setup where I was using a laptop. I was using a laptop for a while, but that laptop is dead. That laptop is dead now. It's just, I'm calling it. I'm not going to use it anymore. It is in a pretty bad state, guys. It's not in a very good state. It's not doing so hot. I will admit that. Its current state of being is crumbling rapidly. It's terminal, guys. It's quite terminal. I don't know if I feel that. Do I feel that? But even though Spooky Month is over, we never got a chance to really do very much Halloween stuff. So I'm gonna do probably. You know what? I'm gonna still do some more Halloweeny uh centric stuff because we didn't get to do as much Halloweeny stuff as I wanted to. Love Halloween. Love Halloween. So I don't think I'll do it every single one like I did during Spooky Month, but I'll do a couple Halloweeny animations. Maybe one every other one. I'll do like a creature or something, or Halloween or something. I don't know. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Checking something really fast. I've noticed this. I don't know what it is about my computer that it does likes to do this every now and then, but for whatever reason, nope, we're good. The microphone likes to turn down its levels, and I'm like, what? Yeah, we're doing animation the whole time. Hello. Hello, Makimas. Hello, Makima. I see what you, I see you. Listen, I'm sorry, Makima. Not a Makima guy. I'm a power guy. Or angel devil guy. But powers is pretty fucking good. It's jazz. It's Toho jazz. I like jazz and I like kind of weeby shit. So I just like good music. I trip off. Fuck Miss Mommy. I can't, man. She's not a good person. I cannot stand Makima. She is kind of a terrible person. But, like, in an interesting and good way. It's not me saying she's a bad character. She's just definitely not my type. Oh, yeah. This is much better. This is much better. Listen, if we're gonna go on the scale of characters of I love her, I'd let her kill me, it's gotta be Zhao? Is that her name? Zhao? It's gotta be her. That's who I would say I love her. I'd let her kill me. Just saying. I mean, listen, it ain't about any. I can stand by my predilections and tastes. So Makima's got competition for me. I'm just saying. Right. Alrighty. Pumpkin. Mr. Pumpkin. Ah, beans. I don't know why that isn't a shortcut. It should be. It really should be. It's very odd that it isn't. And yet the B button works as intended. Who knows? Yeah. As soon as I get used to... Oh, YouTube, I'm in the middle of something. Why would you do that like that? Still listening. I'm still listening. Mr. Pumpkin. If anything, I just wanted to make people draw Mr. Pumpkin because I love Pumpkin. Pumpkin's great. I love Pumpkin. He's wonderful. He wants to cry. He wants to cry. And what we need to do. Do that, right? We're on 4. We're on 4. 4 of 6, so not too much longer. I mean, like I was saying before, this is as much, a chance for people to be able to hang out and draw as it is just to hang out and hang out. So, like I say, and I honestly am like willing, you know what? I should be more, at least open about that is like, I host these Gartic phone streams so that way people can join and hang out and draw and practice animation first and foremost. Genuinely. As well as just be like, yeah, we just vibing, we just chilling. Patience. Always patience. That's all. There's no need to rush. Ooh. Ooh, I like this. I love this pumpkin. I love this pumpkin. He's such a good pumpkin. He's a really good pumpkin. And I gotta say, I just have to get used to this, I think, but this drawing tablet is fine. Also limiting it to this monitor is making a huge difference. Go figure. Being able to use my entire tablet space instead of just the center third is probably going to make for better results, to be honest. Because I am not going to be using it to interface with any other of my screens, so why would I do that? Why would I do that? The answer is I shouldn't. I shouldn't do that. Now this is a fun thing that I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to do the Corona. Because it's a cool thing. If you've ever seen the pictures of ripples, they do like a little ripple Corona coming off of it. Which is always cool. This is where perspective decides to bite me in the dick. That? There we go. Oh. That'll work, I think. Yeah. There we go. Here he comes, Mr. Pumpkin. Here he comes, Mr. Pumpkin. All I wanted to do was make Pumpkin scream, because that's what I want to make Pumpkin do, is scream. Good. Yeah! He really got in there. Yeah! Actually, I wonder how this will look. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I think this one will look good too. This is nice to get back into. Like I said, I'll be a little bit rusty, so... It's a very funky pumpkin. It's true. Once again, this is a friendly reminder. If you haven't ever seen it, everybody go watch Batman Spider-Man, because it's just good. It's just blessed as hell. Just wonderful. I will admit my pumpkin is just pumpkin before pumpkin became pumpkin in Batman and Spider-Man, but I like that rendition of pumpkin, so that's not intentional. Yeah, I like the way that it weirdly splorts off. Yeah, it came out good. That actually looks really good. Usually I do the hold, but this one looks really good without the hold. Like it almost needs one more frame. It only needs one more frame, but all right. All right. Now once again, I usually give about 3 or 4 minutes in between, so give me a moment to stretch, pour my coffee. I need my coffee. I still need to start part 2 of Mr. Chainsaw. I still need to start part 2 of Mr. Chainsaw. Part 1 was great, and Ari has told me great things about part 2, and has told me personally that I would really like it, and I'm like, I'm sure I would. No buts. I just haven't had time to read. Reading manga is hard for me to do. Not because I can't read. I want to maintain that. It's not that I can't read. I read really slow. Like, really goddamn slow. So, if I'm gonna start getting into reading manga, I really need to just do a chapter a day. Like, just read a chapter before I go to bed or something. That might be something I start doing. Because, like, oftentimes I end up just staring at my phone anyways while I'm in bed, so might as well read something. So, and I really liked all of Chainsaw Man Part 1. It's actually one of now my favorite pieces of media from a literary standpoint. It's got a very good story. I like what it does with its characters, and I like what it's about, since so much of it is actually about, you know, some pretty genuinely good theming that I think needs to be in more pieces of media. Um, I mean, a lot of that story is about abuse and how abuse is complicated sometimes. But that's what's good about it, is it's not simple, but it's still abuse and treats it like that. It doesn't treat it like it's a good thing either. And then I've heard part two just keeps getting better, and I'm like, okay. So yeah, no, I do need to read part two. I've heard part two is really really good. So yeah. Like I said, I think Power is still my favorite character. She's the best. She's me. I have no brain cells sometimes, and I just want to kill things. Oh yeah, and it's really funny. It's got a great sense of humor. It's like a dark comedy too. Like that's the thing, is it's got a little bit of something for anyone, honestly. Like it's got a good sense of humor. It's got a little bit of horror comedy to it. It definitely feels directly inspired by horror comedies such as Evil Dead and other pieces of horror media, which is also what I like about it. It's a very goofy time with some really genuinely good writing in it. So, yeah. For you, it's Professor Ivy from Pokemon. I mean, trying to remember. I just typed in Ivy and thought that would get me literally anything. As if there isn't like a billion. Well, yeah, she's pretty good. If you're gonna get mommy pilled, she's pretty good. I do not remember this character. She's definitely an older one. Or is she? Yeah, Orange Islands. Fuck. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, she's good. Yeah, she's cute. I'm usually not a mommy type, but yeah, she's good. It's just not my thing, man. It's not my thing, man. All right, I'm good to start. I just need a couple more sips of coffee. This is still group animation since, again, Canada missed the first one anyways, and we've got more people. I'm still like trying to fine tune where I decide to do solo and where I decide to do group. I think solo is three. I think if I have three people, I'll do some solos. If I have more than three, we should do group. Draw whatever you like. I will say my only rules are have fun. If you don't know what to draw, draw something cute or silly, and no bummers, and obviously nothing that will get the stream taken down. Please, please. I mean, I have a moderator up, so if you decide to do that, that's on you. But otherwise, just have fun. I will draw my favorite Chainsaw Man character. I will draw my favorite Chainsaw Man character. This is my favorite. Everybody should agree that if you're a real, hey, if you're a real Chainsaw Man fan, you'll know what character this is. I'm just saying. If you're a real Chainsaw Man fan, you'll know what character I'm drawing. God, I don't know how to. Maybe. Everybody. Everybody agrees that this is best girl, though. I mean, it also has my favorite joke. Kabini's car has my favorite joke, which is, you know, Powers hitting Denji and then getting out of the car and pointing at Kobeni and saying she did it. It's so funny. Wait, no. God damn it. I know Powers hit somebody. Didn't she hit Denji? I'm pretty sure she hit Denji. It's been a while. It has been a while since I've read Chainsaw Man. I don't remember. I know she has long hair, but I don't know if she has bangs. Is my problem. I don't remember if Power... There, we're drawing my two favorite characters. Dude, that whole ending sequence... My friend who put me on Chainsaw Man, who I trust a lot, their taste is really, really good. Um, uh, just told me, like, I had seen like stuff about it, but I didn't have any context. And I was like, all I know is that Kabini does DDR, and I don't know why. And he's like, dude, you have no idea. That fucking whole chapter is a goddamn nightmare, and it's great. Yeah, it's really good. It's really funny. That's my whole thing with Chainsaw Man, is like, it's also just got a good sense of humor. It's got a good sense of humor. Like, if you like Lisa, you'll like Chainsaw Man, and I mean that. Can't find the fill button. There is no fill button on animation, unfortunately. It's one of the things that bugs me so much, but at the same time, it's why I never color. And then when people make me color, I go, ugh, fine, I'll learn how to color. And I've learned how to color, but I hate it. I hate every time I have to learn how to color. Yeah, that's why I usually opt to do line art in animation, is because it's simpler. It keeps. I always try to make the bar. I assume that, you know, I will always assume that I'm somewhere in the middle with quality. So I'm always going to be like doing things that are just like bare line art and nothing more. So I'm gonna do that. Cartoony with it. Gotta get cartoony with it. We're gonna do that. I'll leave this up for interpretation, what people think this is gonna be. Okay, this also makes me feel better about myself. This is something that I was super worried. I was like, man, I'm gonna have to start using this fucking drawing tablet and my work's gonna suffer for it. And I'll admit, On one hand, yes, it's definitely a lot harder. I'm definitely having a harder time. It's not impossible. I was so worried that I just was objectively going to shit the bed with my art, and it's fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. It turns out I'm fine. Lo and behold, nothing's wrong. Art, it's why I'm like, this is a fine stopgap. And now, if anything, after a decade, over a decade of using this tablet, I can say this as much as I bitched about it. It has saved my life. This damn thing has saved my life. Also, hi! Welcome. Yeah, this bamboo tablet that I got back in 2012 has saved my ass. And you know what? I'm glad I never threw it away. Sometimes it's good to just keep certain things. Just in case. That said, by the end of the year, if my life doesn't take a sudden drastic turn for even the worse, I should have a new drawing setup by the end of the year. Exclamation point server to join. And we're doing animation. Just as I always do. We're back on animation for Friday, finally. I did need a little bit of a break. I think I also did need a break from it since I was having so much shit happening. I was trying to get the Melania video worked on. I was trying to do a lot of stuff. And I just needed to vibe. I just needed to vibe. And then I loved what we did for Halloween, but that had me dead for a couple days. I won't lie. Halloween hit me like a truck full of eggs and many other heavier objects. Eggs aren't heavy. And it does still suck that I can't use my laptop anymore. I do feel like I was much better with my laptop. I've been spoiled by a drawing screen, and it put it this way. I can't go back. I'm only doing this until I can get a new drawing screen. Like, this is now not the norm. Like, this is just, okay, I'm gonna do this until I can get an actual drawing screen again, but goddamn, once you get a good thing like that, it sucks. It sucks. And I definitely want to get another drawing screen again. If nothing else, I definitely was a lot faster. This slows down my process like tenfold. I am much slower with this tablet than I am with a drawing screen, without a doubt. But if I can integrate it all into my computer, I will. That would be good. Because ironically, one of the kind of hang-ups, I guess, kind of one of the hang-ups I was getting is I would kind of get a little discouraged from wanting to draw sometimes because my laptop was already getting a little busted and it would take time to get it out, and it's kind of awkward on my setup anyways. And if I can integrate a screen, I have ideas on how I can better integrate it so that way it's still going to be awkward, but it's going to be less awkward than the laptop. So it'll still be a little weird. But hey, I think it will be different. I think I still will use the laptop for some things, and I do want them to fix my laptop, though I might be like, you're no longer a priority, buddies. Sorry, guys. You fucked up. You couldn't fix my laptop, and you couldn't fix it fast enough, even though you wanted to. I'm going to prioritize something else. It's just a fact. I have to make choices here. I have to make decisions. Gotta make decisions. I can't worry about it. I can't worry about it. Oh, did I not? Oh, I never did that. I thought I did. Oops. Oopsie. I knew I forgot something. Like, oh well. Better late than never, you know what they say. Ha ha ha. I do a little drawing at the beginning of every stream that I do. If you're out there and you see my thumbnails and you wonder, how does he keep, how is everyone different? It's because I draw one before every goddamn stream. Because I'm a psycho, I guess. And that's one of those things that, if I'm going to hire anyone, it's going to be for upkeep. Things like that, I'm going to always do regardless, probably. Probably, we'll see. If I ever had somebody doing it, it wouldn't be to me do less of it overall. I'd always want to have a hand in it, no matter what. That's always a weird thing. I think that's a thing that a lot of people who make things get into is, when do you start getting people to do work for you? And what does that look like? Not quite there yet. I'm not saying I am. And if I am getting close to it, I know who I'm looking at first anyways. So, yeah. Yeah. Here comes the IKEA. This. That. Oh, dude, is this one of the infinite IKEAs? I know those. My friends can't change me. I'm always going to be an SCP boy. Love it or hate it, SCP has left a SCP has left a certain amount of social impact, and what I'm actually very glad about is, with time, they've... Oh, fuck. That bad. Actually, I can do it this way, maybe. Oh, it is full. Gross. Able to have that somewhat transparent so that way I can actually see what's under it. But it's had a social impact, and I actually think the neat thing is we're getting media that's inspired by SCP in a good way, right? Like, I feel like a lot of the media we're getting inspired by SCP is utilizing what's good about it. And I mean, like, things like the SCP Foundation have existed for forever. Creepypastas, we've always had concepts of secret organizations that take care of some kind of secret supernatural, extraterrestrial, or all of the above. Listen, we grew up with the Men in Black. You can't be out there and be like, it's stupid, when, you know, we grew up with things like the Men in Black. Hot take. And I love the Men in Black. There's no but there. I love the Men in Black. Mm-hmm. Okay. But I've always liked the SCP Foundation as just like a fun internet archive. It's been around for a long time. I certainly do think it has its problems, but I just find it so ding-dang charming. What's my favorite SCP? Personally, I like weirdly. I feel like I like one that is not super popular. Because I've like looked at its comments and people are like, Xenoplague is one that I've always liked. Now, granted, I'm a huge Alien fan, so I'm a little pandered to with it, but I actually do like things about it that are unique regarding its presentation compared to other SCPs. It's one of the few that has like an audio element to it, and there aren't very many that have that. And the audio element is good. I love the audio log that's in that SCP. It's what I think works with that format that I'm surprised more don't utilize it. Like, it's not really a thing when I think it should be, you know? Like, I'm a little surprised that more people don't utilize the full extent of media with the SCP entries that they do, because you can add audio to SCP entries. There's one that does it, and it's great for it. I think Xenoplague is great for it. Otherwise, it's just, yeah, it's just an Alien slash 40K fan, but he's great. I love it. I love that kind of shit. 682's good. He's okay. I liked him. The old man. I know the ones. Can't remember which one the statue is off the top of my head. 182? No. I don't remember. I also am a big fan of Bigfoot. I think Bigfoot's pretty good too. 1000 is pretty good as well. And I am the SCP fan in my friend group, and they all make fun of me for it, and that's why we're a great friend group, because they'll never change me, and they know they won't. um, but hey, I still maintain that we're getting things that are inspired by at least elements of the SCP Foundation. I don't know if it's intentional or not. But one of my favorite pieces of media features a reality bender. And I don't know if that's a core concept that's been introduced by anything else. I can't think of too many other pieces of media that utilize reality benders as much as the SCP Foundation does, for better or for worse. But Signalis is definitely a story about reality benders, and it's a really good one. I highly recommend it. You like the reality benders in the SCP Foundation, Signalis is maybe the best literary use of a modern literary use of a reality bender that I've ever seen. And I won't explain how if you have not played Signalis. I'm just going to leave it at that, because so much of that game's setting and tone and horror and concepts rely heavily on understanding that the reason why things are happening are because an individual is a reality bender. And I won't explain how, because it's kind of a part of the reveal of the game. It's such a hotly debated topic that James and I both agree that part of the debate that people are missing is the fact that reality bending is a tangible factor in what is happening in that game. And people ignore that because they're like, oh, it's all just hallucinations. Maybe. Guys, what happens when the reality bender starts hallucinating? Just saying. That's what makes that game great. Is very much it embraces that kind of element. It is a kind of examination of that kind of situation, amongst other things. It's a very good game. Highly recommend it. One of my favorite horror games to come out in recent memory. I can't stop thinking about it. I won't stop thinking about it. You don't have to call the police or the doctor. I'm fine. Power? I can never remember. Is it power or powers? What's wrong with me? Doing my classic bit where I can't remember if something is pluralized or not. I think it's power. Power's going a little fast. Power's going a little fast. Oh, 173. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I also remember there was one about death being an SCP, like just the concept of death being an SCP that I like. I remembered liking it. I found it to be interesting because I remembered part of what made that one work for me is how much it's like even speculative in that context of whether or not death is actually an SCP, and that's what makes it so good for me. Is it's unreliable whether or not you should be like, yeah, death's a anomalous thing. And even with this jank setup, I still got it. It definitely is a lot harder to draw. I'm definitely having a harder time. That's why I'm like, boy, I really do still need that upgrade as soon as I can. Please, for the love of God, I'm hoping that what I'm hoping is that I can get a nice deal for Black Friday. That's what I'm banking on. Or not Black Friday, for Cyber Monday. Cyber Monday is the one that I'm looking at. Cyber Monday is usually better. Usually. And I was looking at some X-Pen stuff. X-Pen seemed to have some pretty good stuff. It's so funny. I was looking at Wacom at first because Wacom is Wacom, and honestly, again, like even my last drawing implement was a Wacom device. Like Wacom has done well. They have not burned me. They have not burned me, but they are a little bit too expensive, and they've got competition now, and yeah, X-Pen just seemed really promising, especially given that we have options for just drawing tablet. Drawing tablet monitors, and yeah, I'm gonna take that. I was originally thinking of getting just like a tablet with a screen that I could plug into my computer, but then when I saw that there are just LCDs, I'm like, yeah, that's probably what's best for me. Especially because I just straight up have a monitor that's dying, so I gotta replace it anyways. It'd be two birds with one stone. I love doing particle effects. I love doing particle effects. Particle effects are still my favorite shit to do. I'm glad that this doesn't seem to impede my ability to do particle effects. That was also something I was worried about, is it would really affect it, and if anything, it probably doesn't have any effect because it's the line art is what's taking the hardest hit from this, just given the way that line art usually works with me. Might not have enough time. Still not quite as much as I wanted to do, but like I said, I'm getting back into it. I have not done Gartic Phone in 4 weeks, so nice. No door. No door. Where door? Who door? There she is. Good. Oh no, not the IKEA! Don't drive into the IKEA power! Perfect. What's funny is it is kind of funnier to see the bit in there. I'm just trying to decide. Yeah, the bird came out good. I'm glad we actually got the car to move. Now, why is Power driving into an IKEA? I mean, she would. Power would drive into an IKEA. A big explosion. I'm glad people realized what that was. I was a little worried. I was like, I hope. I was a little worried, but I also was curious if people would recontextualize that. I wasn't sure if they would. I'll be curious to see how this one comes out. Oh, wow. I fucked it up. See? I can make mistakes. I can make mistakes. I thought it would work. Oh, well. I'm definitely out of practice is my whole thing. Oh, well. I'm doing my best. That's what matters. I'm out of practice, and this drawing tablet definitely affects my, like, kind of tactility. Tactility. I beefed it. I didn't mean to beef it. Ooh, that came out really good. I like the hold there. Good job. That one's great. Well done. And then suddenly brick wall. And then suddenly brick wall. Will he make it inside of the IKEA is the real question. Will he make it inside of the IKEA is the real question. No door. Well, he's been spared the infinite IKEA, so that's good for him, I guess. Oh, wow! Yeah, that was awesome. Good job. And hey, welcome, Pimnees. Hello, Knees. Thanks for following. Pimnees. Pimnees nuts. Yeah, that was good. Good job, everyone. Those came out great. Drink some water. Stretch. Boy, I haven't, like I said earlier, I played Beat Saber again for the first time in 2 months, and on one hand, I'm like, boy, I really needed that, and on the other, I'm like, boy, my shoulders really hurt. I feel strained and waxed, and go, go. Don't stay up till 4 a.m. Don't do it, Phoenix. But hey, thanks for stopping by. Good seeing you. Yeah! Exclamation point server to join. We're doing animation. We're practicing animation. I practice animation on Gartic phone every Friday. So, how dare you? Take it easy, guys. And thanks for joining. Those came out good. Well done. But you can type exclamation point server to join. I always take a little bit of a break in between these anyways, just kind of chat and hang. Make sure that, you know, like as here, so people who want to join can join, and so that way people who have to go can go. That's fine. This is drop in, drop out. Thanks for following. Thanks for following, Makima. Thank you for following, Makima. Don't twist your hands and cause my head to explode, please. I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want that. But yeah, I'm getting back into it. I'm having to get adjusted to this drawing tablet. That's gonna have some effects. Oh, hey! Hey, Chaos. I think I recognize your name. Yeah, I recognize your name. Do I recognize your name for good? Boy! He's a pizza man. He's a man made out of pizza. Hopefully I'll be back on track at least a little bit. My Fridays have been a complete nightmare, I feel like, for the last month anyways. Something's going on. I'm dealing with shit. Like, it was a nightmare. Last month has been a nightmare. Mid-October to now has been a complete travesty. Ugh. I'm alive. That's what matters, but holy crap. Pretty much the last time I did animation was the last time I had my laptop. That's how long it's been since I've had my laptop working. And guess what? It's no longer working, so time to readjust. My biggest complaint is it's just really hard to do line art with this, so exclamation point server to join. It'll pull up a link for you. You're here. There you go. Uh-oh, Nightbot didn't like that. I have noticed this about Nightbot. Sometimes Nightbot also just doesn't bring up people's... It might be on follow mode? I don't know. I don't think I do. Yeah, I have it on everyone. I wonder if I couldn't put it on followers only. Oh, I can put it on regulars. Interesting. Well, that's fine. But yeah, that should be all you need to join. So there it goes. Nightbot just had to think about it. Nightbot just had to think about it. Give it another minute just in case, but yeah. I am glad to be doing animation again, though, and I need to get back into it. I just need to grit my teeth, and grind my hands into my uh uh grind my hands into the freaking thing. Now, hey, thanks for following. Hey, that's all I was about to say. It was like the one stipulation I have to people joining is I just have to show that they're in chat. That's all. So welcome. I have it set to Twitch because I want to make sure that people who are joining are people who are watching. So I have it set to that for an intent, and also just so that way I know if you're in chat that the person who joins is the person who's in chat. Now, I don't like the feature that Gartic Phone has where you can see people who are live. So we're doing animation. And we're only doing animation. I don't take requests here, so no requests. And the reason why we're doing animation is I'm practicing animation. I'm trying to get better at it and trying to learn how to do it better. So don't need to be good at it. There's no requirement, no intent. If anything, I appreciate when people join in of different qualities so that way I can get practice. So only one way to get better at something. Hey, I beefed one of the animations last time. That's fine. Dude, being on phone is part of the fun. I always maintain the only reason why I'm on tablet is because I'm taking this slightly more seriously. Trust me. It is a house rule by my friends that if we play Jackbox, if we play Gartic Phone together, you're almost required to use a phone because it means that everybody does crappy drawings. So, all right, I think I'm good and ready to start. We're doing, looks like 6 players, 6 turns. Group animation, that means we each draw a frame and then pass it to the next person. For everybody new here, welcome. The only real rules I have are have fun. If you don't know what to draw something cute or draw something silly. No bummers, and nothing that will get the stream taken down. And if I'm on my shit, that wouldn't be a problem anyways. So we'll go ahead and get started. Otherwise, whatever you want. Doesn't matter. Just have fun with it. Experiment. Do something you're comfortable with. I'll put it that way. Do something that you are comfortable with. I'm going to draw a lizard. I haven't drawn a lizard in a long time. I'm going to draw... I'm gonna draw a weirdo. No. The answer, no. And if you do, I'll block it. But thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. Like, nothing inappropriate, no nudity. And that's not even because I'm against nudity. It's because I've gotten in trouble for trying to do actual nude art. I got... my only 24-hour ban that's ever happened was drawing nude art. It wasn't porn, it was just nude art, and I got banned for it. So, nope. Not gonna risk it. That's one thing you got... always reminder. This is something that I am taking seriously. This is a project. Animation is something, and my Twitch is something that I'm trying. I'm just trying to grow it. So, it is important to remember. That's something that's important to remember, everyone. Like, this is why I've never understood griefing. Like, people take this seriously, even if it's for fun. You can do some real damage to somebody for griefing somebody. Like, if this is like their livelihood, if this is something that they do as a hobby even and want to grow, like, griefing is not necessarily a good thing to do, man. it can be bad. Like I always maintain, don't grief. I'm here to say, do not grief. Just period. Just period. Like I'm not even gonna say but. Like no, I always err on the side that I don't grief and you shouldn't grief. I'm not a do as I say, do as I say, not as I do. Like I can't think of too many instances where I would actually grief someone. Like griefing's just not fun. I don't like it when it happens to me, and I wouldn't want to do it to anybody. Like there can be kind of fun bullying, but really that's only reserved for me and my closest friends. Everybody has different limits for stuff, and I'll admit I do not have the best interactions with people who genuinely grieve. It just feels mean. It's a buzzkill, man. Yeah. That's spongy boob. You should be able to rejoin as long as you hit the link, so. It's just a little guy. It's a little guy. He's my little guy. He's my little guy. Never. I will also say, rules of the channel in general are also just know that I do not respond to requests on the whole anyways. I just don't. Because we're just here to vibe. We're just here to have a good time. Hmm. Nobody likes being told what to do. I would never tell anybody what to do. That's why I never tell anybody. The only things I tell them are things that are for your edification. Otherwise, like really, there is no requirement on what to draw. Draw something that you'll enjoy drawing. Violence is tasteful or fun violence is even okay for the channel. Just nothing that'll get me in trouble and nothing that'll get the chat in trouble. That's all. Have fun with it. As long as you're having fun. Why, this man's neck. Man's neck is incredible. I love this man's neck. He's got an amazing neck. It's fantastic. I love it. The proportions on this lad are incredible no matter what. He's fantastic. I love him. I have a hot take. I don't find top hats all that funny, actually. Not by themselves. I've never been a big proponent to add a top hat to it. That's not, what's funny is I herald from that era of the internet and I just never really liked it. I never really cared. Like, I'm very much in that era of put a top hat on everything, but I don't find top hats all that funny. If anything, if I put a top hat on something, it's because it fits something to be either kind of cute or silly at best. But I really don't really use, I don't know. I'm not really a top hat guy. Never have been. Oh no. Oh no, that's interesting. Why it didn't show me. I don't know why it didn't show me that. And that fascinating. Also, I can complain about this tablet all I want, but at least it works, you know. At least I'm not having problems with it. Smaller crack. Smaller crack. And part of the fun of Gartic Phone is, especially Gartic Phone animation, is like, you want to see something added or changed, do it. I'm not gonna suddenly get upset if you add a top hat either. Like Gartic Phone, it should be freeform. It should be experimental. Do what you're interested in. That is why I'm doing this. This is about experimenting with animation, trying things that work, things that don't. I'm very rusty. I have to get back into it. So just trying different things is what's going to make the best results. This is not about doing things right. Just about trying things. Finding things that work is about trying things. I just need to make a cycle, I think, on a couple pieces of media. I was talking about Chainsaw Man Part 2. A friend of mine watched a good chunk of Dungeon Meshi the other day. Might get back on that. Just depends. Just depends. Ooh. Ooh. Remember, not about how hard I'm pressing in, because this tablet, honestly, in this situation anyways, the tablet doesn't get any benefit, so the focus. I need to use it like an etching tool, like an Etch-a-Sketch. Good effect, by the way. Good effect on whoever made this, this fade. It looks good. I like it. One of the things I gotta do, I think, with my older drawing tablet is I have to relax my hand more. I think I tense up too much, and that causes me to start to make mistakes. If I relax my hand more, I do better. I notice. One of the struggles with it that I kind of have is that it has a hard time. I have a hard time redrawing over things, I think. I've really had to relearn that. Part of it is that kind of like disconnect of your eyes and your hand. Since my this is just a tablet, it doesn't have a screen on it. I have to look at the screen and just kind of track where my hand goes from the screen disconnected. And it's just really difficult. It's definitely easier if you can just see it. But I definitely need to lighten up on how much I press into it. I think I press a little bit too hard is the problem. So it makes it harder for my hand to track where I left off. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh. Oh god. Getting way too ambitious. This is speaking to me. I like it though. This one I think is gonna come out good. I like doing stylized stuff like this a lot. This is my favorite thing to do when I can really get into an animation. That's why I'm like, whatever it is, whatever it is. I don't care. I don't mind. Give me something. Give me something to experiment with. I oftentimes test myself against whatever it is I'm presented, regardless of how it looks. Why this is still encouraged to be all skill levels, as long as you're trying. That's all I ask is just try. That's all. Don't worry about it otherwise. Oh, Mr. Rat. Oh, Mr. Rat. Oh no. He doesn't. He doesn't know what to do about this situation. Hmm. I mean, I like it. I like this. But assume he's like falling. There we go. One of the things I need to train my hand on a little bit better with this tablet is being able to undo a little bit faster. What I need to make like lines that are okay. One of the struggles with this tablet is being able to redraw lines, I'm noticing. It is one of the things that this is a benchmark for me. This is reminding me like, yeah, you definitely can't keep doing it though. You definitely are going to have to get a better setup eventually. But hey, working is working. As long as I haven't quit, that's what matters. Now, this is one of those situations where I have to kind of like judge how big of a brush I need, because no matter what, I can't pick up my brush. And this is one of the kind of benefits of this tablet, is that I can just kind of keep it held down for forever. Because since this is more like a etching platform, this is where it actually kind of excels. Is this kind of stuff. It's good for coloring, not good for lining. Well, I'll put it this way. It's not good for either. It is better at coloring than it is at lining. I would say, like, it doesn't have a negative. Like, coloring is fine. Coloring like this is fine for me. Mostly. Oh, I gotta be very careful. My hand almost slipped. My hand slipped just a little bit. And it can do stuff like this. You can do stuff like that pretty well. Nice. Where did this rat come from? Where did this giant rat come from? Where did this giant rat come from? Why is this giant rat here? I can't believe we have this giant rat here. Look at what he's caused. My animation is going to explode. No! I do like explosions. Always, always do explosions. I will always be happy to have an explosion. Explosions are always welcome. Now I see a mouth here. Actually, I see a turtle. I don't know why I see a turtle, but I do. Here's your Mr. Turtle. I don't know what this was originally supposed to be, but it's Mr. Turtle now. Or I guess this would be Mr. Tortoise. I also imagine that he's like inhaling these, whatever these are. Decide. Trying to decide. Yeah, we'll do something like that. And as you can see, this is something that I've always been kind of like adept at, is like I just have to get my hands on something and adapt to it. That's the biggest struggle for me, is oftentimes I start off a little bit rusty, crusty, a little bit meh. But as soon as I can get my hands on something, get some practice, get used to the feel of something, I can immediately start doing more with it almost almost immediately. I just have to have my hands on it for a minute. And I just needed to get used to the way that my old tablet works too. So that's why I'm like, it's still just a stopgap. I definitely want to upgrade it, but I don't think it'll be the end of the world. I don't think it'll be the end of the world. I'm doing fine work with it, honestly. I just have to get used to its quirks. And it's definitely not ideal. It's definitely at a deficit, but it's not impossible to work with. I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing it. He's sucking. He's sucking. But yes, absolutely, 100%. If you can make something explode in one of my works, fucking do it. I am always here for a good explosion. Explosions are kind of impact frames, and explosions are kind of like something that I've really resonated with. Explosions, particle effects, character dynamic poses. I really like dynamic poses, exaggerations, stuff like that. Stuff that's good to know how to do and resonate with when you're doing animation. But ironically, the thing I'm not super great at still is like very subtle, very stagnant animation. That's something I want to improve at. I can do a lot of snappiness, can't do a lot of in place. Still working on that a little bit. It's something I struggle with. Oh Lord, he is drawn. Silos, I do be drawn. Oh no! Ooh, hell yes. I like these. Spongy Bob. This is the last one, so hydrate man, no! Not right now. Plus, I like to just do stuff like this. Try that. What if me? There we go. Just gotta get in there and get in there. Just gotta do what works. Just gotta do what works. This is why I like doing particle effects. Particle effects are just something that I really enjoy doing. I really enjoy doing particle effects. How are you, Silos? Hope you're doing well. Ooh. All right. All right. Here we go. Who we got? My little lizard boy. Love him. I love him. Do the thing. Yes. Sexplode. Oh, God. That is not what I expected. Here he comes. Here he comes. Get one of those beer hats? What beer hat? Which beer hat? Which beer hat? Which kind of beer hat? What kind of beer hat? Where did this rat come from? What happened to this rat? Oh no! He fell apart! I have no idea what happened here. He disappeared. He disintegrated. Disintegrated into a pile of sticks. Alright. Alright. Oh, I didn't see the guy. It's like, sure, I could make the sun explode. Must be a normal day. Certainly is. That's a good thing for the sun to do. That's a good thing for the sun to do. Ooh, I like that. That's something that the sun should be doing. That's something that the sun should be doing. Here comes the rocket. Here comes the rocket. Oh, there goes the rocket. And then I got this. I thought it was, I was like, I don't know what it is, so I'm gonna turn it into a turtle. He's sucking. He's sucking. He ate it. He transformed. Became something else. He became something. That's not SpongeBob, that's Cheese Man. That's Cheese Man. This is Cheese Man. Hell yes. You're good, Tuao. I'm honestly adding too much, I think. I'm still getting back into it. I haven't done animation in a while, so I'm still trying to I'm trying to find my center again with it. But it's been good. I'm glad to be back. Practice is practice, so I think this one's going to come out really good, I think. I think this one will come out good. Yeah. He loves it. Yeah, that one's great. I love it. That one's really good. I love that he just shoots out of the ground and is like, ah. He's just like, ah. Probably switch it over to solo animation, the next one. Do some solo animations. Yeah. Don't worry. I have ways to overcome that. If we do group animation. Oh, and thanks for following, Fork. It's a whole fork. That's a very long fork. That's a very long fork. I have ways to get around it. If we have less than 6 people, I have 2 options. I usually do. I either do solo animation, which I usually do solo animations in cases like this, so that way, again, I can practice on making my own animations, and then also, if we do a group animation, I just default it to 6 frames, so that way we have a full 6-frame animation, no matter how many people we have. You can! Exclamation point server to join. I either need to dedicate to doing a solo animation. I'll do a. We're gonna do a solo animation for this one, no matter what. But you can join. Just type exclamation point server to join. And I put a little bit of break between them, anyways. We have break time. We have break time. We cannot. I do not take requests. I'm sorry. I do animation here. Animation is something that I'm trying to practice more, so this is an animation project, first and foremost. Thank you. See, that's a request I can live by, Silos. See, I get to choose what requests I actually respond to, so the joke's on you. I'm not as easily... You can't just tell me not to do something and have me do it. Listen, if you tell me to do something sensible, I'll do it. That's my whole thing. Wow, hot take. If it aligns with my interests, I'll fucking do it. But you have to know me to ask me to do something. That's what it comes down to. I can finally admit why I'm so harsh against not taking requests. I just have to say something I want to do. That's just a fact. It's nothing personal. It's not harsh. I want to do something, I'm not going to do it. And I think whenever, like, because I've run into it where people get really incessant about it. It's like, well, I'm not going to do it because you say more. So, it's just a fact. You have to say something I want to do. And if you don't know what I want to do, get used to me. That's all. That's all. We are currently doing animation solo. We're gonna do a solo animation, and then usually here's usually what I do is if I have less than 6 people, we do a solo animation. Usually every 1 or 2 group animations. We prioritize group animations once we have more than 2 people, 3 people, or once I have more people. Period. But if we get more than 6 people, I only do group animations. So yeah. And I've been practicing animation for a while. It took a little bit of a break because I had to, because I was running into technical issues. And hopefully I can focus on this again. I've really been hurting to focus on it again. Trust me. I just had a time there where things broke in a way that was so frustrating. It was so frustrating how things broke. God, it was awful. I had to deal with some stuff. My main way of doing art broke. The fact. And it made me really not want to do art. Made me really not want to do art. Yeah, almost. Just make sure everybody's in and ready. Ugh, we're in no rush. You want to do Mr. Pepe? Pepe? Yeah, Pepe's fine. Nothing offensive with him, of course, but Pepe's fine. It's because you put a period in there. Don't click that. I'm sure it's a virus. Or it's a really good YMTMD and a virus. Lol. 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 Alright. We'll go ahead and get started. Get in there. Remember, have fun. If you don't know what to draw something cute or something silly. No bummers. Nothing that get the stream taken down. Let's see. I'll do something simple. I'm going to draw a creature. Simple is best also. If you want a suggestion, simple is always best. Always go err on the simple side if you don't know what to do. And remember, this is a solo animation, so you're getting to draw every single frame yourself. It's whatever you want. It's whatever you want. I'm just drawing a little guy. I'm just drawing a little guy. Much of today is just kind of practice getting used to this old tablet again. And I will say, I think it started off about what I expected. A little bit me just kind of getting reacquainted, but once I got into it, I think I'm fine. What this creature is. This is a new creature. This is a creature I've never drawn before. I'm drawing a new creature. I've never drawn nor seen this creature before. I'm not familiar with it. Don't know where it heralds from. To give it a pattern. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Just work in as much as I can. Just work in as much as I can. Yeah. And yeah, I've been doing animation Gartic phone on Fridays for a while now. I had to take a little bit of a break, but like I do animation every Friday. I'm gonna try to get back to doing animation again on Wednesdays. I was able to salvage the skeleton. I still don't know if I'm gonna go back to the skeleton or do something new and just say, okay, the skeleton's done. Maybe I just say the skeleton's done. That might be something I might do. And just start fresh. We'll see. But and hopefully I finish that drawing I started forever ago. And hopefully, honestly, by the end of the month, I hope I have a new monitor. I just, unless something goes wrong or if I don't feel comfortable getting it, I'm pretty dead set on it though. Pretty dead set on it. I'll check some stuff, but hopefully by the end of this month, I'll have a new monitor. Or like, the end of this month, start of next month. With Black Friday, I'm sure I'll take a little bit to get that monitor, but if nothing else goes wrong in my life, fingers crossed, I hopefully will have a new drawing setup and will be able to continue expanding my work, which is really what I'm hoping for. That's why I'm like so dead set on it. I'm like, I really do need it. I really do need it. Because I was starting to do some really good stuff, and this tablet works, and I'm okay with it, but I definitely could be doing better work if I had a better setup. I had to take a step down from what my setup was before. That laptop was very good. It's the reason why I wanted to get it fixed. Um, but well, as you can tell, I can't use it. Cannot use it. But at least I'm able to keep it up. It's a really bad time to take a bite out of something. Like a really bad time. I was like, oh shit, we're starting. I shouldn't have done that. Here's what we're gonna do. Lift him up a little bit. And this is what I recommend for animation with stuff like this: is choose a couple of simple shapes. Choose a couple of simple shapes that you can draw. Don't start with the most complicated animation you can. You're just gonna overwork yourself. Start with a couple of simple shapes that you can redraw and move them around. No! What was it? I mean, you mentioned that you don't remember it, but thank Creeper. What could it have possibly have been? I like this creature, though. I like this simple creature. Creature. Adorable creature. Ah. Yeah, I hate when I do that. That's why I have running design bibles at all times that if I think of something I try to jot down notes for it. Like if I think of something for my horror game, I try to jot down notes. If I think of something for that robot game that I'm always thinking of, I try to do something with it. You know? Like I try to keep running notes of all the ideas that I have so that way if something pops into my mind, yeah. Hydrate bot. Not right now. Or maybe right now, actually. I'm at halftime. I'm making good time. What do you make level where you can't touch the ground? Ooh. Isn't that just lava? Lava stages like that are always such a bastard. Like, they're just hard. Not telling you not to do it, they're just hard. They're just really, really difficult. You're gonna have them wall bounce? That's what I would do, is you have them wall bounce until they make it to the end. Look at him! He's just a little guy. I love him! He's adorable. I love this creature. I don't know what this creature is, but I'm so glad I made him. He's such a good creature. Isn't he? Isn't he a good creature? I like this creature. I like this creature. He's like a mouse and a rabbit and a Kirby character. He's just a little guy. I just wanted to make a little guy. Pretty clear conditions weren't in the first Mario Maker, but were added in the second one. Oh. Well, that's nice. I mean, that's what's impressive about those systems is really they're just opening up more capacity to be able to make video games and allow people to get into level design and game design. That's a good thing about Mario Maker. I've always wanted to try it, though I've always been wary of the kind of more sadistic side of things like Kaizo levels. I just assume that people make Kaizo levels, but me, me, ooh, so glad the game is not that cruel. I accidentally hit done. Not to say that only Kaizo levels are made. I just assume that 9 times out of 10 people just make levels that require such a level of skill that I'm like, but I wouldn't have fun. But I know that's not true. There are plenty of perfectly fine and good levels that are made that don't just require pixel perfect jumps. Look at this little guy. Very happy with this design. He's cute. He's cute. Like I said, actually, one of the advantages of this tablet, weirdly enough, is that it does a decent job at just kind of allowing me to keep constant pressure on something. Not have to worry about messing any of that stuff up. The thing it is worse at though, absolutely, is line art. It sucks. Hello, weirdo. You can't be mad at me for saying that. That's your name. Listen, as long as you're a cool weirdo. We like cool weirdos here. I'm a cool weirdo. We appreciate cool weirdos here. as somebody who stands to represent cool weirdos are always welcome here. There we go. I'm getting better. I'm getting better. I'm getting better. Like, whew. Do I don't know. Thinking. Do for some reason my mind went immediately to ice, but I will admit I don't know why my brain would do that. I'm very much allergic to ice zones. My least favorite area in any game was an ice zone, regardless of the genre of game. Ice areas just made me mad. I was not a fan of ice zones. I do not know why. Well, I have an idea why. I didn't like Slippy. I didn't like Slippy physics. Slippy physics always made me salty. I remembered playing a Star Wars game, a Star Wars like vehicle game, and being like, the ice zone sucks. You're in a goddamn hovercraft. How are you in a literal hovercraft and slipping around on ice physics? I hated ice physics. I've always hated ice physics. They were my least favorite. I'm fine with ice physics now, I think, but yeah, absolutely the ice physics were what tilted me so much. Exactly. So just make it ice. Just make it ice, and then the ice instantly kills you. Yeah. It's instant kill ice. It's opposite lava. My favorite kind of lava. Opposite lava. Alright, I gotta make a note of that. Oh, now you're not gonna... What the hell? Be fine. I'll be fine. Lova. I almost spelled lava with an O. That's not how you spell lava. I think I want them to go much higher, but I do want them to get taller. I like making squishy creatures too. I don't know why. I like them to have like the consistency of mochi. Like little squishy balls of guys. I like guys that are just little squishy balls. My Kirby influence is showing, guys. I like me small squishy balls. Because they're fun and they're friend-shaped. I like friend-shaped creatures. I also like I like unfriendly shaped creatures as well. I like sheepers. I like creatures of all shapes and sizes. That that yeah, exactly. Wait. Will not regret. Will not regret. dude, Sonic EX69. God damn. That's a badass name. Welcome. Dude, that's badass. I look forward to the new Sonic movie for nothing less than it'll be dumb. I mean, I do look forward to how dumb that movie's gonna be. It's gonna be so stupid. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I just want to see Keanu Reeves be Shadow. I want to see Keanu Reeves be Shadow so badly. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Keanu Reeves' Shadow is gonna be a freaking romp. He's gonna be a juicy fun time. He's gonna be a juicy fun time. Idris Elba as Knuckles was already like perfect. Like I loved Idris Elba as Knuckles. Tails was great. I think they just got the voice actress for Tails, by the way. I think that's one of the ones that's like they just got her, and it's like, oh, okay. You do, man, who have a puppet, and the puppet eating him now. Nice. Nice. Let the puppet consume. The puppet gets hungry, too. Puppets get hungry, too. Creature. Speaking of creatures, the creature's in his tree. Now we'll have him go down a little bit. Have him settle. Like I said, I just like making a squishy guy. I just like making a squishy guy. You don't know what to draw a squishy guy. This is my advice. Orbs, round objects, I find them particularly easy to animate. There's something about it. Something about having like a consistent shape like that helps a lot. Now, if my hand would stop shaking, that would be nice. Now, if my hand would just chill the hell out, that would be. I don't know what this creature even yelled about. I imagine that this creature makes the same sound that angry frog does. The squeaky toy frog. I imagine it makes similar noises. And really the goal with this one is just to make him move. Make him do something. That's all I was trying to do. Sometimes, when it comes to animation, all you need to focus on is make it move. Just make it do something. It doesn't have to be complicated. Sometimes the simplest animations are what just work the best. And that's usually what I try to maintain with my own work, is that I focus on doing something simple before I try to do something really complicated. The frog. He's a couple different kind of animal shapes that I like. This guy's a couple different animal shapes that I like. He's not quite frog, he's not quite mouse, he's not quite rabbit, he's not quite rodent. He's not quite gerbil. He's just a couple different shapes. He's leaning a little bit more mammal than anything else, but he isn't just mammal. He's cute. He's cute. He's an adorable little guy. I love him. I don't know what to call him. He's a flum. He's a flum. F-L-U-M. A flume. F-L-U-M. O-O-M. Flume. He's a flume. Little guy. His purpose in life is to be small. His purpose for existence is to be small. And can't we all? What is there in life but to just be kind of small? What better is there in life but to be just kind of small? Sometimes you just want to be a little guy. Sometimes I just want to be a little guy. Sometimes all I can do is be a little guy. And if anybody out there's wondering why animation is so hard, this is a friendly reminder. This is what makes animation so hard. You gotta draw a lot. You gotta draw a lot. You gotta do a lot of drawings. You gotta do a lot of drawings. This is what makes animation hard. What makes animation challenging. That's what I like about it. I don't know. Like I've said, I've really always had kind of a mind for it. I've had a talent for it, so. He just wanted to make a big. He just wanted to get everyone. He just wanted to get everyone's attention. I'm curious what this tail will do. I think the tail will work overall. It'll just have a lot of motion in it, which will be fine. Full shapes. Full shapes. The simpler the shapes, the better. That's a big proponent, big facet is you can keep it to simple shapes. You'll have a better time. You'll also just have a better time because you won't be stressing yourself over really complicated stuff. And it's what I've learned is animation is much more about being shapey than it is about being arty or drawy or illustratey. For me, it's about shapes. It's about consistent shaping. Animation is very much about consistent shaping, about thinking about your shaping, and about how things move around in space. So, the best way to do that is keep your shapes simple. Keep them malleable. Keep them something that you can very easily move from one point to the other without really putting too much work into it. At least for me. That's how I keep my shapes... That's how I keep my animation consistent. Is I try to use shapes that aren't going to make the animation complicated. And if you watch animation tween by tween, they focus on shapes. They focus on consistent shapes a lot. That's what makes for the best animation. Not to say that you can't have a redline situation, but even redline still has a very good understanding of shapes, of consistent shapes, of utilizing shapes to an effect. The effect of motion is what you're wanting, not the shapes themselves. And the shapes are what contribute to it. You don't want to overwork your animation too much by putting too much in it right off the bat. I find. Anytime that I put too much into it, it just doesn't work as well, from my experience, because what you're wanting to capture is the motion of something and not just the proportions. So, why exaggeration works so well for animation, right? If you're only able to process like a second or two, less than a split of a second of something, then what you need to focus on is how that motion translates, not the actual shapes themselves. And the shapes themselves need to be functional, not good, all the time. All right. All right. Oh, hey, Maro. Oh, hi, great man. Thank you, Hydrate Man. This is a friendly reminder. I'm always excited to see Hydrate Man fan art. If you make fan art of Hydrate Man, you will make my goddamn day. I always appreciate Hydrate Man fan art. He's a good lad. Oh, he's just a bouncy guy. Didn't do as much with the tail as I wanted to. I made it a little bit stiff, but there he is. What's funny is the hold kind of works better. The hold kind of works better. I was hoping that I would do something that could like, if I do it consistently, yeah. What's funny is I work most on twos. Twos is something that I like to do a lot. Twos is where I kind of land with a lot of my work. I really like working on twos. Uh, I've read and done a little bit of research and study of my own for animation. The best advice I saw for like timings of where you want to get to is you want to get down to twos for general animation and down to ones for really like detailed work to make it snap or pop. You want to work on twos though if you're just doing general actions like just a general motion, walking, a repeating action. Those you do on twos. And I land somewhere between twos, one, twos, and threes. That's usually where I land between for any given piece I work with, is one, twos, and threes. Did I save that? Sorry, I gotta check this now. Ignore this. Okay, why can't I grab you? That was weird. I like tried to grab that 3 times and it didn't grab it. Well, thank you. This is why this is why we do animation here, is I'm studying animation. I promise you it's not because I don't think there are other good Gartic phone games. Because I'm studying animation. Studying animation, I want to bring people with me on it, you know? I want you to enjoy animation too, and practice animation. I think everyone should get a chance to express themselves with animation. I like this story. I like this story that's going on here. This is just the day and day life of someone. How they live their life. I almost kind of like threes. I like threes as this weird kind of like snapshot of somebody's day in, day out. It works weirdly. This is just what they do every day. This is what they do every day. Oh god, he came back. Time to shoot the man lighting my car on fire. Okay. Life is cyclical. Life is cyclical. Mr. Frog. Mr. Frog. Nice fight. What is he fighting? Oh, he's fighting his puppet. Oh no! Good. Is this the puppet from Evil Dead? I love that puppet. Ash vs. the Evil Dead is really, really good. If you like the Evil Dead, if you like the original Evil Dead movies, go check out Ash vs. the Evil Dead. It's quite good. Actually, that. Yeah. Yeah, that works better. Do that one instead. See, now I can micromanage my saves a little bit better. I couldn't do that before. And then this one I think got caught off, so I probably won't save it. I think it's just 2 frames. Aw. Aw. See? Case in point. Don't color. If you're not comfortable coloring, do not color. Because coloring is a pain in the ass with animation. And that's not to say you can't color. If you can color, do it. But if you can't, don't. Don't do things you can't do. That's my hot take. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine to be like, oh, I couldn't do it. That's totally okay. You beef it, you beef it. Stuff happens. I beefed an animation earlier. It happens. Nothing wrong with beefing an animation. Takes practice. Now, welcome everybody. Hey, Maro. I recognize Maro, I think. Say something in chat. Sorry, Maro, we only do animation here. Sorry, Maro, we only do animation here. And Spider Boy, say something in chat. Yeah, that's all. The only thing that I need people to stay for is if you just say something in chat, show that you're here. This is for people who are gonna engage. So yeah, you did good. You still did fine. Good job. I liked it. Everybody did great. I'll go ahead and switch it back over to group animation, but yeah. Once again, I don't take requests. I only do animation, whether it be solo or group, but yeah. That's why sometimes I also need to do animation solo, just because, just need to make sure. Sure, if you want to. I liked it. I liked it as a weird kind of recursive thing, too. It was very silly. It was very silly. I enjoyed making that one. I enjoyed seeing that one. It was a fun one. It was fun and it was funny. And I think what I'm gonna start doing, just to keep it keep it focused, keep it what it is for the day, so that way I can do other things too. I think from now on, I'm gonna do 5-hour days for like solo illustration, solo animation, and stuff like that. I think Tuesdays might be 4 to 5 hours. I think Wednesdays will be, or Thursdays will be 4 hours definitely, and then these days I'll do 4-ish hours. I think I'll do no more than 4 hours. I just don't want to burn myself out again. I think what's funny is like I was really pushing myself for 5-hour shifts, and I'm like, I do 2 streams a day some days. Can't do that. Can't do that. A man came back from work, went to eat some breakfast, and then went to sleep. He woke up to go to work and saw his car on fire to pour water on it. Then a robber came and he shot him. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah. And nope. Nope. Sorry. As I said before, I don't take requests. If you're gonna request something, it's gotta be something I want to do. Sorry, I want to do animation. I want to do animation. I want to do animation, and I want people to join me for it. And if you don't want to do animation, that's fine. That's fine. It's okay. You don't have to make yourself do animation if you don't want to. I'm not going to make anyone do animation. I also encourage people to join to just kind of hang out, too. You're always welcome to do that as well. Honestly, like, I can sit here and do solo animations by myself happily. I want people to be able to join for what they want to do because it aligns with what I want to do. Having different interests or not wanting to do the same thing is totally okay too. Yeah. And I did change it, just so you know, we're now on group animation. What that means, and I always make sure of this, because if you're worried, like, oh, we only have 4 people. I always do, when we're less than 6 people, I do 6 turns, and the way that, son of a bitch! Except Hydrate Man. Hydrate Man always gets priority. Group animation is we all start with one frame and then we pass it on to the next guy. So we take turns drawing each other's animations. And that's what we do here mostly, is we do either group animations, we're taking turns making an animation, or we're making our own animations. Because I like focus. I like being able to be focused on something and make sure that this is a facilitated thing. You know, this is not, this isn't kangaroo court. I've never understood kangaroo court. Where I don't even know where kangaroo court comes from. Like, the chaos comes in what we're doing. But, you know, I like focus. I like a little bit of focus. And I like to make it a point that we're playing Gartic Phone as a group of a community to build something. And that I'm not just dicking around on Gartic Phone. Gartic Phone is something that I am taking seriously to some extent. That's another thing to be honest with is Gartic Phone is a lot of fun and I enjoy it and I want it to be a space where people can practice. So now we're almost ready. I might go pee real fast, and then as soon as I come back, we'll go ahead and start. I also add a little bit of a bridge between each. So I'll be right back. I drink a little bit more water and then go drain it. Go drain it. Everybody drink water. Also out there, if you ain't drinking water, drink water. Honestly, when Hydrated Man appears, he appears for all of us. So if you're not drinking water, Hydrated Man won't hurt you. He won't hurt you, but he will scare you. He doesn't leave until you drink. He doesn't. He never does. Trust me, I've tried. Whoa! Somebody else tried. Before we start, hello, Carndor. I will say, I will say, welcome. If you're in chat, just say something. I only let people stay if they're actually watching and engaging in chat. So that's all. Just want to check. I've had some awkward moments where I would say that and then nobody would say anything. Spider Boy's AFK? How do you know Spider Boy is AFK? Keeping my eye on you. Keeping my eye on you. We'll go ahead and get started here in a second. We're doing animation. There is not a theme. Spooky month ended, so I might do a spooky animation, but all we're doing is animation here. I'm currently practicing animation and started doing so through Gartic Phone a few months ago, and I've been trying to keep up with it every Friday. So, yeah. We're just doing animation here. You can do whatever you like. My only rules / recommendations are have fun. If you don't know what to draw something silly or cute. No bummers, and nothing that'll get the stream taken down. That's all. No nudity, nothing like that. No hyper-graphic gore. You can have people exploding. If it's cartoon gore, that's fine. Cartoon gore is totally fine. You can make people explode. You can make it blurst, cursed. Cursed animations are fun too. Just make sure that it's appropriate and it doesn't get me or anyone in trouble. Or you in trouble. Don't get in trouble. If you don't know what that means, you weren't gonna make it anyways. Yeah, that's fine. Absolutely. You don't know how many times we've killed Amogus. You don't know how many times we've killed Amogus here. Amogus. I feel like if Amogus appears 9 times out of 10, they die. Yeah. Cartoon stuff is, like, cartoon gore is totally fine. Hell, horror theming is fine, actually. If you do something truly creepy, that's allowed too. Oh no! Well, I think we're in the 10%. What do I want to do that's Halloween-y is the question. Cartoon violence is funny. You know what? We'll do this. I'm gonna draw me. Just gonna have fun with it. Like, I grew up with Looney Tunes. Absolutely, cartoon violence is allowed. Absolutely, cartoon violence is allowed here. I am inspired by Looney Tunes and by Tom and Jerry and plenty of violent cartoons, quote-unquote violent cartoons. They are still some of my favorites of all time. They are great animations. They are probably in the camp of some of the biggest inspirations for animation for me out there. So, absolutely. A little cartoon violence can be fun. One of my favorite animations of all time is the animation of Daffy Duck examining animation. It's great. It's one of my personal favorite pieces of animation out there. Really shows Chuck Green processing his process, we'll put it that way. And being able to poke fun at animation and what works and what doesn't. Like, it's really clever and it's just really good entertainment. Highly recommend it. I don't remember the name of it, but it's essentially Daffy Duck being kind of, you know, poked fun at through the medium of animation. The whole episode is about making fun of Daffy Duck through just animation and nothing else. As animation, like, they make it a point that the whole point of the episode is that Daffy Duck knows that he's animated. It's a good-ass episode. Barber of Seville also is one of the top best Looney Tune animations of all time. One of my favorites. Especially because it's just that play more or less interpreted by the Looney Tunes. That's what makes it so good. He probably just watched or experienced The Barber of Seville and was like, "That's really good. I should try to make that." And it's a really good episode. It's a really good episode. God. Still getting used to this tablet a little bit. It's got its moments. There are some motions that I still really struggle with. They're very awkward. They're very awkward. So yeah, like I literally have a bat here. You're allowed to you can draw a bat. Draw whatever you want for the most part. Once again, within limits, of course. I thought about making a nail bat, but I don't want to make a nail bat. I don't want to make a nail bat. Too much work. Too much work to make a nail bat. You have to hammer the nails into the bat. Like, I can just hit them with the bat. It's fine. We don't need more than that. Work. A bat will do fine. A bat will do. Is that me? Is that me? Oh, gee. I didn't. I didn't think I was gonna. I don't. Jeez, this is embarrassing. Am I becoming iconic? Ah. Oh God, I've got no bones again. Ah, you gave me no bones again. I hate when I get no bones. The doingle. Everybody liked the doingle. Everybody liked the doingle. Everybody liked the doingle. This is like, I used to have hair like this. I did used to have hair like this. I had short hair at one time in my life. Who knows? Maybe I'll go back to the old pixie cut one of these days. I looked good. I looked good with short hair. I also look good with long hair. But oh my god, do I fucking hate having long hair at this point. It is such a mess. Such a pain to deal with. Hate it. We hate it. The absolute pits. Absolute worst. Maintaining long hair is hard, man. It's just hard. Don't recommend it. Like, I don't do enough. I don't do enough with my long hair to upkeep it to really justify keeping it, but eh. Eh. Ooh. Ooh. Young man, what happened to your bones? Oh, young man, what happened to your bones? Oh, jeez. I don't know what happened to my bones. Something happened to my bones. My bones aren't feeling so good. Yeah, this is kind of me in real life. Depending on the day, this is what I feel like. My bones just kind of start melting. I've experienced this before. I've experienced this before. I've felt this before. It's something that has made me crumble. I felt this on Tuesday. You good? Hey, that's fine. As long as you're doing your best, that's what matters. Don't fret it. Don't fret it, don't sweat it. It okay. It happened. It's all about learning. It's all about learning and practicing. And that's what matters. Like I said, sometimes if you beef it, that's a learning opportunity. Beefing it allows you to learn something better. Zoom it out a little bit. Zoom it out a little bit, but start moving it this way. This is a very good sword, by the way. Good job on this sword. Swords are kind of difficult for me sometimes, so very, very good. Done. Just a very long sword. It's just a very long sword. No matter what, it's just a long sword. I love that face. It's a good face. It's a good face. I don't know if this is necessarily a Terraria reference. I don't know enough about Terraria. I just don't know enough about Terraria. I don't know shit poopy about Terraria. Ah! Come on, YouTube. Come on, YouTube. What's your deal? Get mad about that. Hey, Sack. Well, I am a guy on the internet. I'm just a guy on the internet who is trying to do animation. Trying to get more established as a person who make things. Who make things. Just kind of a chill dude. I'm just kind of a chill dude. I started learning and really practicing more animation within the last year, though I have done on and off animation throughout my whole life. And just generally, I don't know. I just like to hang out and vibe, practice, use this time to practice the things I'm interested in. I like to study video games. I like to study video games. That's something that I think I forget to mention sometimes. Is if you're new or if you don't know what I'm about, studying in video games is something I have a deep-seated interest in. I have a deep-seated interest in video games history. I like discussing things and talking about things. I like being a goober. I like being interested in stuff. So, what does this thing do? Right now it gives you a free redeem for a commissioned piece of artwork. So I haven't quite prepared it. I haven't quite prepared it yet because I want also something to happen on screen. And that's getting pushed back because I'm right now in the middle of a pretty major project that I'm trying to finish. That went from being a project that I thought would only take me 1 or 2 weeks to now that a project that has taken me 2 months to work on, as it goes with a project. Now, if that sounds like a nightmare, it's because it is. But actually, it's for the better. It's the project is turning out good for being a 2 month project. I just wasn't expecting it to take me 2 months to do. But then again, life happened at the same time, so I can't even say it's because the project itself has taken 2 months of work to do. It's because other things have popped up that have slowed me down for being able to work on it. But hopefully that Millennia video will be done by the end of the year. I think it should be done by the end of the month. But I've made really good progress. I'm within the last section of it. All I need to do is one more section of, like, polish for the main video, and then I have to do, I think, one more piece of production. Oh my god. The production value I've put into this fucking piece is through the roof compared to anything I've done, so that's really what slowed it down a lot, too, is I usually don't put this much production value into my work, I'll be honest. Usually my work does not have as much production value as I put into it. Ooh. Here come the emojis. Here come the emojis. Here come the emojis. Actually, there. Actually, I should do this. Sure. Okay, yeah, it is the right color. I wasn't sure for a second. So I was like, I gotta double check this. But yeah, I would say more than anything, I'm just a guy who makes things. I'm just a guy who makes things. I'm probably an artist first and foremost. Is what I mainly do. But I've also been working on a video and mainly do streaming to kind of add out the rest of my time and continue growing my audience. And like anybody who makes anything, you just kind of do a combination of things. I don't know any of at least the creators that I know of that make things never work on just one thing. Like, I pretty much work on a little bit of everything because of it. Oh, this is so much nicer. God. I'm glad I was able to easily find a screen lock for this tablet, because boy, that was becoming obnoxious and bad. You just do something? Yeah. I also don't know what it's been recently, but I've just been on a creative kick to begin with. Like this year has been the best creative work I've done just just blanketly. Like some of the best work I've ever done has been in this year alone. That's not a gloat. I just genuinely don't think I've had that good of a portfolio until literally this year. Or rather, I haven't thought about my portfolio as well as I should have, and I've definitely gotten a lot of good work within this year alone. And I'm hoping that I can keep it up. It essentially has gotten me into the mindset of I want to keep it up. I want to keep it up. I've wanted to keep it up, and I finally have the time for it. So I'm just taking the plunge as best as I can, and hoping that I build all of the good habits to keep on continuing it, even if I have to slow it down a little bit at some point, which might be the case. But at least I've gotten this far, and Chuck's howdy, it's the farthest I've ever gotten, and I appreciate people for that. Like, thanks for no matter what happens, I'm going to continue doing Gartic phone streams on some level. Like I maintain that I've gotten to a pretty good spot with a lot of my stuff. Yeah, it's had its ups and downs. As I kind of admitted earlier, Gartic phone has been a bit of a was like a great idea at first, and then it's had its ups and downs that I've had to deal with. But I will say, on the whole, I will be doing this for a long time. I don't foresee me outright stopping doing Gartic phone still anytime soon. Maybe slower. I definitely will slow down probably as time goes on, but I don't think I'll quit this anytime soon. At the moment, don't give me reasons to, guys. Don't give me reasons to, and trust me. If there's anyone who's going to give me reasons to, it's going to be the people who are joining. Unfortunately. That's just a fact of the matter. Is I want this to continue to be something that builds out the community in our personal interest, but not the thing that will make me not want to do it the most is if people get crappy about it. Genuinely. Like people get crappy about Gartic phone, I won't want to do it. That is an honest thing. So keep up the good work, making me want to do this more. That's what I will say is if you want to see me do more Gartic phone, just be chill and have fun. Genuinely, yeah. I think I'm willing to admit that, because I want to keep doing more Gartic phone. This has been an overall positive experience, but like many things in life, the most positive things still have not so positive things about them, unfortunately. Which guy? Which guy? Which guy? Can't say the guy. There's lots of guys. I'm the guy. I could be the guy doing what the guy's doing right now. Oh, don't you worry. Oh, don't you worry. I've got plans. Oh, don't you worry. I have plans for this man. This is the kind of thing I enjoy doing. This is the kind of stuff I like to do. Give me something like this. Get, I can get it. Trust me. This? Oh, hydrate bot. Give me a second, hydrate bot. Hang on. Hang on. We cooking. We cooking. Oh, my hand needs to chill the hell out, though. God damn. My hand needs to chill out right now. Don't cramp up on me. Don't cramp up on me now, baby. Baby. That? Nope. Thick. Too thick. I always gotta be careful with coloring. This is why I always color with transparencies. The main reason why I color with transparencies is because you can get a little bit more flexibility and be able to see your previous frame. You can see your previous frame still, which is a little bit nice. You can kind of overlap a little bit and get away with it too. It's not that big of a deal. Exclamation point server to join, and you can queue up for the next round. And I think we'll do one more. I think we'll do one more. It's almost 2 o'clock. Yeah, we'll do one more. As I said, I would hit around 4 hours. I want these days to be a little bit less stressful, put it that way. I don't want to strain myself too much on them anymore. I need to find a good medium. I need to find a good medium. Well, I couldn't finish it. Oh well. Happens. Happens. Oh, this is blessed. Don't worry. I'll do something with it. That? He had reason to be alarmed. Good. Exactly what I want it to look like, too. It's actually exactly what I want it to look like, too. Nope. Black there. One thing at a time. Ah! Where are the yellow stickmen? Oh, I'm sorry, I shot a baseball through your hand. It's nothing personal, I just don't know my own strength sometimes. It was a mistake. Oopsie! Do I have plans for later? Today? Not today. Sometimes, some Fridays, we would do double streams, but not today. Most of the time, the way I usually kind of manage myself is Mondays, Wednesdays and Saturdays are my double stream days usually. And Thursdays, my bad. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. I do a double stream. And what that means is during the day, I usually do a stream on my own, and then in the evening, I usually stream with a friend of mine. Depends on who's available. I have a variety of co-hosts who have been super awesome and rad. They have been very, very, very good, very supporting, and I appreciate all of them for the work that they've done. And yeah, I just it's the same. Keep this the same, generally speaking. Oops. Oopsie. Whoopsie. That was a mistake. Get clear that I did not mean for that to happen. But yeah, I do like a midday stream, and then we'll usually do like an evening stream with one of my co-hosts, who are one of my friends. They do good work. They're good boys. Appreciate everyone who co-hosts with me. I feel like they have been incredibly supporting and have been a fantastic group of people, and I highly recommend checking us out when they're live too. I mean, I just generally, if you enjoy this, if you enjoy this vibe, just join for the rest of the stuff I do. I mainly do Gartic Phone on Fridays, but we do all sorts of things, and we usually do a variety of topics that we discuss and stuff like that. So perfect, perfect. Very stupid. Very stupid. But hey, if you want to check us out, follow and see the rest of what we do. Ow, my hand. There it goes. As long as it doesn't get you in trouble, or get me in trouble. As long as it doesn't get you or me in trouble. I shot it right through his goddamn hand. I shot it right through his goddamn hand. Hey, thanks for following, Sack. Well, that won't get you in trouble at all. Or, I hope it doesn't. Amogus. Amogus. Bleh. Mm. Perfect. Perfect. Stabbed him right in the head. Stabbed Mr. Amogus right in his goddamn head. Yeah, I think threes is probably good. I mean, fair enough. I mean, I don't use my phone normally. I will admit that. I will admit that. Amogus is dead. Dead. 2-0. 2 bono. That's a knife. No bone? Don't think I understand. Don't think I understand. Where did you get that lightsaber from, sir? Oh, I see what this was supposed to be. This is the second water drawing today. Uh-huh. No desktop computers. They're truly powerful tools for creation instead of just consumption. Yeah. I mean, hard. It's hard. He had it in his back pocket. Oh, that's where that was. I like this one. It was a thirsty boy. This is what it looks like every time Hydrate Man. This is the look on my face every time Hydrate Man appears. This is the look on my face every time Hydrate Man appears. Just panic. Just panic. That is a really good sword. That's a very good sword. I like it. Oh, it is dirt. For some reason I thought they were like things in the background. I thought they were something in the background or something. I don't know. I have no idea. GG. Good job, everybody. We'll probably do one more. We'll probably do one more. One more set of animations. It was good to get back into it. It's good to get back into it. Like I said, I've been out of practice. I'm using a tablet that is pretty hard on my hands. I still won't lie, like, this hurts my hands to use, and it's a little bit harder for me to do certain things with it. It's just harder to visualize certain kinds of things. Yeah. Good job, everybody. Good job, everybody. That's it. As long as we're having fun. That's what matters to me. And as I said, I'm kind of getting back into it anyways. My practice is a little... but I took a bit of a break, and I'm using something that's a little bit harder to use, so... The anti-flora ice level is going well. Nice! Good job, Creeper. Good work. So yeah, we'll do one more round. I'm either gonna do solo if nobody joins. Yeah, I'll probably do solo even if unless suddenly 5 people join. We'll end on a solo animation. We'll end on a solo animation. So if you want to join still, you can. We'll just be doing an animation where you draw every frame for yourself. Type exclamation point server to join. And it'll bring up a link for you to be able to join. Like that. Like this. Just like that. Just like this. Oh, man. I will say, putting this on Fridays too, I'm usually just like, it's Friday. And I mean, like, this is a lot of work. It takes a lot of time to do this stuff, and it takes a lot of energy still. So, depending on what I've been up to, and depending on how much sleep I've gotten, I did kind of stay up a little late last night, but I would say 4 out of 5 days so far I've gotten to bed before 11, so that's pretty good for me For a while there, I wasn't getting to bed until like 1 or 2 even. That was starting to really wear on me. Like, really bad. Like, really, really bad. I also kind of have to end early since usually I have a decent amount more like homework after every one of these streams. I do things, so I do things. It sounds like Sack is interested in joining, so only if you wanna. Uh-huh. But yeah, you just have to hit the link in chat. I'll give you like a couple more minutes. But no biggie. Me and you and you and me together forever. I don't remember how the fucking song goes. I really don't. My brain was like, you don't remember how that song goes. You don't remember how that song goes. You don't even know what that song is. Water? Hydrated? One thing to kind of admit that's oh hey look, hydrate. Speak of the devil. One thing that's kind of weird to admit that I'm always like kind of looking forward to every time I end a stream. Take the headphones off. Headphones? When you wear headphones a lot, I love over-the-ear headphones. I love these over-the-ear headphones. They're wearing on my ears. Start playing that one video of the alien seeing just the two of us. Nope. Don't even know what you're talking about. No idea. All right. I'll give it one more. I'll hit it as soon as we hit 3:44. 3 minutes and 44 minutes. 3 hours 44 minutes. That's what I meant to say. If you're not here, Sack, hopefully you can join for next time, but I know sometimes there's a Twitch sign in too. I know there's a Twitch sign in too, so I'm glad everybody can join. I'm glad to be doing this again. And yeah. I have to stick to my guns. I have to stick to my guns and just be honest. Like, yeah, this is what I do here. And as long as people are joining, I'm happy. That's all that matters. So, no, this is what I'm gonna be doing here. What I want to do here, and I want the people who are gonna be here want to do it too. That's all. That's all I want. Period. No buts. Good job, everyone. Good day. It was very, very good. I'm trying to think what I should make my last one. I definitely don't want it to be anything complicated. Because again, I'm still getting back into my usual. So for getting back into my usual, I think I did okay. Oh, I know what to do. I have an idea. Okay, I'll go ahead and get started then. This is a solo animation, so you're just drawn from start to finish your own stuff, your own thing. Blobs. 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 See, this is another reason why I'm like, I don't know what it is about this tablet sensitivity, but man, it does not. It has some jitter there. That's a little weird. Want more? Do I want to add more to this is the question. No, I think we'll start simple. I think we'll start simple and we'll just go straight ahead. We'll just go straight ahead. That's right, I drew one line. I drew 3 lines. Sometimes animation is just that simple, folks. I will. Yeah, I know exactly what to do. I know what I'm doing with this. There, I drew one more line. I drew exactly one more line. I drew a cilia. I drew a cilia. I still like, man, this keyboard is so fun. I like the little bouncy guy I made for my keyboard. He's fun. My keyboard has a weird little LED light up screen that has like a 16-bit dude that you can put in there and animate for 4 frames, and I just did essentially me bouncing up and down. It's fun. Just the top half of my head. The doinkle going doinky 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 doink. Doing that. Doing exactly that. I've always liked the little hair physics I've made. They're good. They're good hair physics. They go bouncy, 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 bounce. They go sproingy, doingy, boingy, boingy, doink. And I have an idea of what I'm gonna do with this. Don't you worry. It will get more complicated. It'll get slightly more complicated. I don't think I'm just. I don't have the heart today to do anything super complicated, but I'll do something a little bit more complicated. Don't worry. This is the first time I've done animation in 4 weeks, and the first time I've done animation on the rig that I'm currently working on. I just don't want to push myself. Which I think is fair. That's fair. What we do. Like the kind of out like that. Crunch it up as much as I can. Remember, I only have 6 frames, so I gotta be fast on this. Done. Done. Okay, do one more frame. Have it shoot. Well, yes. I think I do something kind of silly here. Silly with the silly, get it? I have 6 frames, so this will be a fast one. It'll probably be on 3s, actually, is what will make sense. This is one of those cases, though, I probably would do it on 4s. I would probably draw it on 4s too, and then draw 2s to make it make sense. Because it would need some in-betweens. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, or don't actually know what the difference between 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, whatever, I didn't know for a while either. I was just like, oh, it's a weird timing thing, right? No. What it means is when you have... It is what frame a frame of animation is actually drawn on. So let's say, for example, you have an animation set to 30 frames a second. That means there are 30 frames for you to draw on. However, due to the nature of animation as a whole, you do not need to draw on all 30 of those frames. That would be drawing on ones. Ones means you draw on every frame of animation inside of a frame rate. Twos means every 2 frames of that frame rate, you actually do a drawing. That's what 2s and 1s and 3s are. It's what frame are you working at? What frame rate within your frame rate are you working at? So if you have a 30 frame per second animation and you draw on 3s, you're actually drawing on frame 1, or frame 0, frame 3, frame 1, frame 4, frame 7, frame 10, etc. until you hit frame 30. That's what 3s are. And then if you were to draw on 2s, you'd be doing it on frame 1, frame 3, frame 5, frame 7, etc. That's 2s. Perfect. Kind of. No, I do want that. Erase this. Which is why for animation, it's important to distinguish what your frame rate is, because that will distinguish what frames you work on. 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s just dictate what frames you draw on inside of a frame rate. That's all that they do. That's all that they do. That's what I've understood it to do. Whoop. And then I want it to hit, and then I want it to lift me up. And I have an idea what it's going to do when you lift me up. This is going to be a fun one to animate, I think. This one's going to be a fun one to do. Though it's going to make a challenge for me because I'm going to have to reposition some stuff, but it's fine. I can make do. I'll make do. I'll make do. I'll make do. It'll be fine. Oh shit, I never hit done. And making snappy animations is both something I enjoy to do and something I want to get better at. So, like, this is really a test of making something snappy. But consistent. This is why I like doing blobby shapes. Blobby shapes give you a little bit of malleability to really start to, like, consider what a shape does when it moves. And it gives you a better understanding of, like, weights, of changes in weights and how things move around. It's really good for that, I think. Um, Blobby things have weird ways of moving. When they move, they don't statically move. They have flexibility to them. They squash. They move around. You know how it goes. You know how. Actually, taper it down as much as possible. That right? Clear that the blob kind of extending its entire body that way. This is the hard part, is getting my this part right based on this thing. It's so frickin' weird in with and so jittery. The hard part. There we go. I'm going to have him pull up. And we're going to swing him. We're going to swing him. We're going to swing him. Actually, nah, we won't swing him. I know what I'm going to do. This is just what I like. Goopy. I like goopy guys. I just like doing goopy guys. I like goopiness. Goopiness is fun. Goopy is fun to animate. Loopy Blorpy is fun to animate. I just enjoy animating it a lot. That? This needs to stay as solid as possible. Show that it's taut. What? Perfect. There we go. Like that. There. Yeah. Something like that. Just something like that. Boy, this is going to be the hard part because, again, one of the advantages of my old setup is I was much better at getting these kind of like much more confident lines, and it's hard to do lines with this bamboo tablet. It just is. And we'll do that. We'll do that. I thought about having them go to the top and then swing around, but I was like, nah, this is more fun. Both would have been good. I think both would have been good, but I was kind of like, I was switching back and forth between do I have them just go to the opposite end? I don't know. I want something snappy, so. I want to move them from the bottom to the top. Like I got there in 6 steps. That's what matters. Did I get them there in 6 steps? I did. So I think I did. But I do find that I think most of my process right now sits at that I draw straight ahead on 4s. I draw straight ahead on 4s and then break them down into 2s. That's just how I work. That's how my brain works best. And then I just draw a lot. And I think the next step for my like animation analysis is to like discreetly be like timings, right? Like timings is something that's super important to me specifically when it comes to animation, is like getting the timings down. There he is. Got a little moin. He's got a little moin. And he shoots it out. And it hits. Then he moves up to the top. Bloop. Just like that. Just like that. It's just that simple. Sometimes. Ooh, boy. Ooh. Yeah, that is not the way I expected that to work. Yee, that's just fun. I like how bouncy that is. Bloink, 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 bloink. Yeah, that came out good. Curious how 4s look. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that if I then broke it down into 2s and did 8 frames here, it would look really good. It would look really good. Because it would be, this is 6 frames, right? If it was, this is 6 frames on 4s, and then I broke it down to 2s, it'd be 12 frames on 2s. And it would probably look perfect. But 2s still look good. The advice I had that I also found whilst doing research for animation is if something feels like it's going too slow, you take frames out. That's why you always give yourself a little buffer for 1s and 2s. If something is going too fast, yes, if something is going too slow, take frames out. If something's going too fast, put frames in. And it's easier to actually add frames than it is to take frames out, depending on the situation. That's why you don't start drawing on 1s until you have the timing. I don't think you should start drawing on 1s or 2s until you have your timing down. And I still struggle with that. That's something that I'm still working on and figuring out, is how to get the timings exactly. But yeah, that was good. I like this one. Came out good. Happy with it. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. You good? It is the reason why I put the timer. Is it also forces me to to really like focus up and like get as much done as I can. That's why I try not to overthink it. I always try to do something on the simple side. Ah. Well. There they are. There he goes. There he goes. Well, that's it. Good job, everybody. I had a good time. It was a good time. Oh, God. I'm glad everybody could join. And I hope you guys can join for the other stuff that I do. You know? I do a lot more than just animate. I really do. And honestly, I always maintain, like, come join for the rest of my stuff. If you enjoyed the vibe here, you'd probably like the rest of the stuff I do. I encourage you to. We have fun here, dang it. Or at least we try to. So, before we end the stream, though, before you go, do one more thing before the end of every stream, and you guys can participate in it. How might you ask? At the end of every stream, I open up an image generator called Bing Create, and we're going to make an image together. All you guys have to do is start typing in chat, and I'll utilize whatever chat says as a reference for the prompt that I used to create an image, and at the very end of the stream, I'll show that image. So if you want to see it, you got to stick around to the very end. So I'm going to go ahead and open up Bing. It could be anything. It could be topical, it could be non sequitur, doesn't matter to me. And to get us started, returning to animation with his fingers mostly intact. Is intact one word? Is intact one word? Intact is one of those words that I feel like you don't think about it. It is one word. Huh. Icy Mario. How goes the Icy Mario? Oh. But Icy Mario's fingers aren't intact. Ha ha hee hee funny monkey. He won't be able to animate on his bamboo tablet because of his frozen fingers. Alright, we'll let that cook. Should take it. It should take it. And if it takes it, I'll get you guys on through the outro. And it should. I think it should. Alright, so if you want to see that image, stick around to the very end. I also do a bit of a closing bit. We do raid after every stream, so that way the daywalkers in our chat can keep watching. Just everybody else out there, make sure to go unlock your doors and windows, because it's no longer lunchtime for daywalkers. And thank you for joining, everybody. I hope you had a good time and you enjoyed the show. If you're able to join the live show, thank you for stopping by and chatting and watching. If you're watching this in the future, thank you for taking the time to go back and rewatching the VOD. We appreciate it. If you're out there and you enjoyed this, and you want to see more of what we're up to, I recommend scrolling down below and following, or clicking any of the links. There's a link to an Instagram, a Facebook, a Twitter, and a Discord. We post when we go live on any one of those platforms, as well as anything else that we're up to. And just generally, you can come hang out with the rest of the community there. It's a good time on the Discord. Speaking of which, a shout out to our community there and everyone who follows. You guys are a wonderful audience, and we appreciate you. If we do anything particularly entertaining or noteworthy, feel free to clip it and share it on the internet. Just make sure to also hashtag it with MCCanary or link it back to the stream so people can find more good stuff we do here. And as always, if you want to see the stream grow, you gotta let people know. I appreciate the people happy to talk about the stream, and I recommend you guys do it. If you had a fun time here, tell it to your friends. You had a fun time. Let your friends know that you had a fun time. And it's just a cool way that you can help the stream out. So if you want to help the stream out and just be a cool guy, tell people about the stream. I won't. And as always, a huge thank you to all of our supporters on Patreon and Twitch. Your generosity allows us to continue to expand the stream as well as take on more projects, and the stream would not be made possible without viewers like you. So we thank you. If you want to see your name added to this list, as well as a couple of the benefits you could get, you could always subscribe directly on Twitch or check out the Patreon page here. It'll show you everything that you can get, and any amount is always appreciated. Once again, thank you. And thank you to Amat to do a wonderful job holding back their robot army and preventing becoming famous. Thank you, everybody, for coming and hanging out. I hope you had a good time. I had a good time. I'll get you through housekeeping and get you on your way. Check out all of my friends and our network of Goblin Entertainment. That's all of my friends and everything that they've done in their channels and they've been up to. You can find it all in there. And you can find the rest of my stuff here. I have my own link tree that has everything that I post to, such as a VOD channel for the Twitch, as well as a YouTube for my own videos, an ArtStation for my art, a SoundCloud for my music, and much, much more. So go check everybody out in Goblin Entertainment. Alright, stick around. We'll be heading over to Prin. I hope it's not over, but it looks like she just beat a game, maybe. So hopefully she'll be live for a little bit longer. She's a good friend. She's a good gal. She's playing Phantom Brave. Seems like a pretty rad game. So everybody go say hi to her. Otherwise, have a good afternoon. Take it easy. And remember, as long as your fingers still work, you can animate like this. Oh my god. What did they do? Oh no. Oh no. This one's just funny. This one's also awful. It's not fair.